So there really is an underground lake here. Tell me, where is the medical facility?
It's not here. In fact, it never even existed in the first place.
But I've seen people carried in here with my own eyes. Where could they have all gone?
The answer is right in front of you. You need but open your eyes.
What do you mean?
Are you trying to say that they all drowned in this lake?
No. They're just what you see before you. What's left when matter ceases to be matter. Perhaps the scale is throwing you off. Let me show you what I'm getting at.
What?
No way. It can't be.
So then, this entire lake is...
Yes. All this is the hollowing.
I still don't follow, Miguel. What happened to your hand? And what is this hollowing you speak of?
This is what I wanted to show you, my lord. When a life form's drained of its astral energy, its physical form breaks down completely, a death leaving no physical remains. All that's left is a reflective substance, the only proof that matter once existed at all. That hollowing is the substance that fills this lake.
This whole lake. How many people? How many Dahnans?
You actually expect me to believe all that? That an astral arts illiterate Dahnan would know of this unseen atrocity? And that I, a Renan lord, would have no knowledge?
I have one last piece of evidence, Lord Dohalim. This is a fruit of Helgen, the cause of all of this.
What are you doing, Miguel?
Here is your proof, my lord. Proof of the bounds of your knowledge. Proof of the countless Dahnan deaths under your watch. No, they were not merely deaths. Those Dahnans were completely erased. And now, the only testament is that lake of hollowing.
Miguel!
Someone close to you is behind all of this. This person is amassing huge amounts of astral energy. You have to stop them. You're the only one who can prevent Menancia from returning to the living hell that it was once before. I beg you, for the future of the utopia you have created, please stop them. Don't let your dream die just as it's become a reality.
Wait a minute, I don't know if I...
Miguel! Miguel! Miguel!
Forgive me, Kisara. I'm sorry. It was the only way I could open his eyes. I didn't have much time left anyway. Please, help our Lord Dohalim to make our greatest dream a reality.
Nicole? Nicole?
Stop! Stop! That voice! Make it stop! Darling!
What is this? His master core's going berserk!
Nicole! Nicole!
I know all you want to teach, but we need your help. We gotta get him under control.
Damn it! You wasn't already strong enough!
Prince! Give me this, my lord.
I'll smash you!
Dance in the wind! Air clear! Dance in the wind! Air! That rock is huge!
Watch out, everyone!
Dance in the wind!
Here!
Dance in the wind! Air!
Not done yet!
Light astral energy!
This one is mine. This one is mine.
Dance in the wind!
Prepare arms for interruption.
One more!
Shattering pieces! One more time!
Here's evil! The close one! Freeze them! Dance in the wind!
You're off.
Reload!
That's it. By the tiger blade.
One last one!
Look shot.
Take this!
One
No,
more.
that's my one!
Tiger blade.
Dance in the wind! Air! Dance in the master!
On guard.
Dance in the wind!
Going in.
Dance in the wind! Air crush! Dance in the wind!
Tiger blade.
Light astral energy! Head! Go again! Here's a healing arc! Dance in the wind! Air crush! Dance in the wind! Air crush! Freeze one astral! Tiger blade! Dance in the wind! Sleep now! Tiger blade! In here!
This one is
Look out for the charge attack!
Nothing gets through me. This I swear. Take this.
I told us to fight left
Glacial spear.
Here's the evil!
This one's mine.
I owe you one.
Tiger blade. Flaming meteor.
Still got some fight left. Magic is
Here, let me help.
First freeze!
No further.
He stopped moving.
Get him now!
Please forgive me.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Look sharp. Take this. Tiger blade.
Light astral energy! Dance in the wind! Sleep now, water! Here, ice! I can't feel anything!
Stay away from my friend!
Going in.
Demon Fang!
Just what the doctor ordered! Lightning! Death blow! Just what the doctor ordered!
This one's mine.
In here! Only get a touch!
You're mine!
Cyclone! I never miss!
This one's
World
mine!
magic is out! Dance to the wind now! Demons descend!
Flashing bang!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Sweet now! I'm all starting meteor!
Destruction!
Magic is out! I'm only getting You get to death on gold! Arc seal! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Thank you! Dance in the wind! Seal! Tiger blade! Not in your dreams! You get the death! Here's the close one! This one's mine! Sorry, this one's mine! I can't heal you forever! This one's mine! Magic is here! Crossblade! Dance in the wind! This one's mine!
Dragon form!
Just what I ordered! Tiger blade! Dance in the wind! Seal! Night flame! Reload! Hear me! Flame of death! Glacial spear! Here's evil, God! Sleep now! Tiger blade! Better! Glacial spear! World magic is out! This one's mine!
Eat dirt!
Air thrust! I'll bring you back from death's abyss. I've learned not to fight less in me. Power of water! Dance in the wind! Tiger blade!
Take this!
Dance in the wind! Just what the doctor ordered. Dance in the wind! Sleep now. I'll be saving this one. Cross blade!
Burn in hell!
Here goes. Where are you going? Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air Better! Back into the vertical! Close one! Dance in the wind!
Here I come!
This one's not! Tiger blade! Water! Here I come! Tiger blade! Dance in the wind! Sleep now! Arc seal! Seal! Here I go! I'm only going close! Tiger blade! Glacial spear! Here you go! Dance in the wind! I'll bring you back from like astral energy! Here's another! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! I'm gone! One more! Tiger blade! Rise and red!
Try harder!
Like astral energy! Photon blade! Tiger blade! Not on my far enough! I never miss! Photon blade! Like astral energy! Water! Here goes! Tiger blade! Glacial spear! Here's evil! I'm gone!
You picked the wrong fight!
Dance in the wind! Here! Photon blade!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
You all right? What was that just now? I understand this is a lot for you to take in, but Miguel trusted you.
Impossible. I have no such power. Truth be told, I never wanted this. I never wanted to be a lord. However, competing for a position in the crown contest was required of me, and in the process, I took the life of a dear friend. The life I took and the bloodshed, the hatred that it earned me. It was far more than I could ever bear. But the screams and tears of the slaves, they would reawaken my memories of that day. The memories of my friend's scream and the tears of the one who mourned him. I couldn't take it any longer. I didn't want to remember.
So that's it? That's the real reason you freed the Danans? Just so you wouldn't have to listen to their screams?
Wait. So everything you've done...
Precisely. It was simply to distance myself from all the pain and death, all for my own selfish ends. And if it made everyone happy in the process, well, then that was just an added benefit. Or perhaps I truly did believe in those ideals at one point. But living up to them was never my aim.
Impossible. Your dream of coexistence? The ideals that you always championed? So you're saying that everything you stood for? You're saying it was all just a self-obsessed lie? Tell me it isn't true, Lord Dohalim. Because my brother believed in you in your dream!
Forgive me.
So this is who you really are?
Stop!
Let go! Let me go! Let me go!
It's enough, Kisara!
Let go!
Stop!
I'll tear him apart! I swear
Are you trying to ignore your brother's dying wish? He entrusted you with his dream!
Just kill me. I'm nothing. I am but a shell of a man now. I'm just a pitiful coward who shrank from his duties. I would only ask that you make it quick.
This man... This is the person my brother died for. And for what? For what? I need you to get out of my sight right now. Go, before I change my mind!
Are you feeling any better?
Yeah, a little. Thanks.
What are we gonna do now?
I still have unfinished business with Dohalim.
He's a world away from the Lord Balseph was. There's no need for us to fight him, Xion.
In case you've forgotten,
Guys, I think something's going on outside.
Kisara! There you are!
What's happening?
Kelzelik has started an insurrection. He's driving all of the Danans out of the palace.
What? Has he lost his mind? What about Lord Dohalim?
We don't know where he is, Captain. We thought maybe you would.
No, I don't. I haven't seen him since we were inside the quarry.
Damn. Well, either way, I wouldn't go near the palace. Any suspected Renan sympathizers are being arrested on sight. This whole thing is a powder keg about to explode. Best prepare for the worst.
I guess not all of the Renans here like the idea of coexisting with the Danans after all.
So this is it. This is the real Menancia.
Are you giving up?
On what? This realm is already finished. It perished along with my brother's dream.
That's a shame. And I guess all the people who believed in that dream are on their own out there, aren't they? Not all of the Renan sided with Kelzelik. There's still hope, Kisara. Your brother's dream is only dead when there's nobody left who believes in it. Am I wrong?
You're right. I'm going to the palace. I need to see what's happening there with my own eyes. What are you all doing?
I thought it was pretty clear. We're coming with you.
I appreciate the thought, really. But there's no need for you all to get involved in this.
Dohalim said it himself, right? All of us. We're liberators.
Thank you.
Will things be okay in the city?
I'm concerned about that as well. But for now, let us get to the palace.
Whoa, that came out perfect.
fact the enemy's holding themselves up tells me they're not exactly happy to see us.
Then we'd better go in prepared for whatever welcome we get.
We have to stop Sir Kelzelik.
Don't you think it's about time you dropped the sir?
He always treated us Danans with such warmth and kindness. Did he have such bad intentions all along? I just can't bring myself to believe it.
Forget about intentions. We should assume he's the one who's behind all these incidents. It's not surprising to me that there are Renans in Menancia who resent Dohalim, but I didn't expect one would be so close to him.
Yes, I suppose you're right. I guess all of us here in Menancia are still some way off from being a truly united realm, aren't we?
Are you going to be okay, Kisara?
I don't know, but I definitely don't want things to end like this. Please, lend me your strength.
Of course. Anyone who tries to oppress others is our enemy, and we'll gladly stand against them. Besides, I want to believe that this realm really can do better too. I thought we'd see fighting throughout the city, but it's dead quiet.
Either Dohalim's allies have been arrested, or they're keeping a low profile.
Meaning the rebels are occupying the palace? Then let's hurry up and kick those bastards out. This place is awfully quiet for a siege palace.
Such a huge place is spooky without all those people here.
They're probably waiting to ambush us.
With so few Renans here, I guess this is what it's like when the Danans are expelled and the ruling minority are all that's left. My money's on them using Zeugles to even the odds.
I don't even see any Danan guardsmen.
The fact that they're not at their stations tells me they really have been driven out. We all swore an oath of loyalty to Lord Dohalim. My fellow guards wouldn't abandon their post lightly.
Speaking of which, where the heck is he?
How could this be happening?
Any idea where we should go in the main building?
Let's try the Lord's chamber.
Worth a shot.
Hey, Law. You can bust that wall open, can't you?
Well, let's give it a try and...
This one's tough, but we have no choice.
Let me know if you need healing.
Now you see what I can do!
This one goes out. I'll take my revenge on you!
Now you've gonna tick me off!
Flying free! If they just sit still!
Shia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
Here's the push! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Dance in the wind!
This one's mine!
Arc seal! Target! Double power flash! I know fine weapon material when I see it. Let's dispose of the trash.
You got fear in your mind!
They really don't give up, do they?
Be still!
Everyone's still in one piece?
I think this is a key to the noble room of the castle.
A noble what?
The room at the northern end of this floor. Maybe the release mechanism is in there.
Little help! I'm the true gunslinger around here.
Its armor's too strong. Be my guest.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
That'll teach us for getting cocky.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Mega ray! Air thrust! Light astral energy! I will show you any mercy! Air thrust! Take this! Light astral energy! On guard! Eternal blade! Thunder shield! That's my cue!
Shut him down. All right. There are enemy forces here, too?
They must be predicting our movements and deploying accordingly.
So they figured we were coming all along, is that it?
Right.
Right.
You know, the more I think about it,
Bring him down!
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
Out of my way! Bring them down!
I'll smash you!
My shield!
Take down their defenses!
Engaging! We're not finished!
Healing circle! Going in! One last one! Photon flash! Kisara! Go for it! Prepare to crumble! Mega ray!
It's almost too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double Demon Fang!
Going in! Go for it! Watch and bleed!
An astral art?
That's my cue! This one's
Shut him down!
not on my watch! Going in!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion. What's this thing?
I won't forgive you! This was a air thrust! Air thrust! Photon flash! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Light astral energy! Here's sweet dreams! This one's mine! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
That'll teach us for getting cocky.
Out of our way!
I'll smash you!
Glacial dance! Here's Tingle! Air thrust! Freeze laser! Freeze laser! Shiny supernova! Mega ray! Light astral energy! Bullseye!
We managed to pull through.
That's far enough! Bring them down! Dance in the wind! Here's you! Freeze laser! You'll have no mercy! Engaging! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Light astral energy!
These bad guys really don't mess around.
Is that some kind of note the rebels left?
Hey, it mentions the release mechanism we're looking for. But
This isn't enough to go on.
choice.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Not in your dreams! Chinese! This one's mine! You'll pay for what you did! Light Dance in the wind! Here I go! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Cover the attack! I'll heal you all! Light astral energy! Healing circle! Hit! Bullseye! Cross meeting! Go get him!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
I won't forgive you! Dance in the wind! Air You think that shield will save you? Here's the guy getting started!
It's almost too strong.
Split it open!
Be my guest.
Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Here's the Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Photon blast! Here goes! Here's another!
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Go no further! Astral energy!
I can carve through flaming meteor! I can read your moves like a book!
Watch and see! Light astral! By the power of take that!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down.
Air spear! Pierce evil! Photon blast! Go closer! Look sharp! Tiger blade! Dance in the wind! Air blast! Photon blast! Burning! Light astral energy!
We're not finished!
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
No choice.
Dance in the wind! Air blast! Dance in the wind!
Take
Fire blade! Here's the healing art! Here goes! Not on my watch! Air thrust! Here's the air thrust! Light astral energy!
Take this! Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
An opponent like this should be easy.
I can carve through armor!
Air! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Here I go! Light astral energy! Hit! Bullseye! Gemini Aqua! With this, I can become even stronger!
What do you say we fight that?
Don't get careless.
Look at me!
Bring them down! Dance in the wind! Just getting started. Everyone, one last one. That's it.
Burn in hell!
Fire's report. Where are you going? Arch field. This
Here's
is
mine.
mine. In the wind.
Do it!
Going in. Kitara, frozen. Hammer. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Dance in the wind.
Shield.
Go for it.
Prepare to crumble! Need to be stronger.
Hey, look at that enemy.
This won't be easy.
Air thrust. Don't be such a pessimist. Air thrust. There. To duel the arc! Engaging! Photon flash! Light astral
Flying free!
Give it a whirl!
Astral
That's my... Heal!
Its armor's too strong. Shut him down.
Piercing roar! Hope this works! Water, hear my call! Razor cyclone! Red! Tiger blade! Burning! Raging storm! Here's another! This one's mine! Do it!
Release!
Tempest whirl! Take it!
Rising water!
Spear! Pierce evil!
This one's
Bullseye! This one's mine! Tiger blade! Power of water!
I can feel my power growing.
through! In the wind! Air thrust! Not on my round!
I can carve through armor!
Air thrust! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Now hold! Smash target by the power of water! Raging storm! Here goes my blast! Here goes! Freeze Lancer!
Everyone hanging in there? Look! Another note from the rebels.
If we combine it with the note we found before, then there should be a key inside a cabinet in the office.
Great. Let's see if we can find it.
Little help! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Raging storm! Hit! Take that! Water, hear my call! Raging storm! I'm going! That's it!
Seems about right to me.
Even if Danans and Renans aren't on completely equal footing here, both sides still cared about each other. And now we have to fight some of those same Renans inside the palace.
Don't forget, we're here fighting to keep what makes this realm so special alive. Don't lose hope, Kisara.
No choice.
Here we go! Not in your dreams! Right away! This one's mine! First aid! Go get him! Light astral energy! Right away! Raging storm!
Its armor's too strong.
Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest.
I can carve through armor!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Captain Whirl! Swallow's Glacial Spear! Piercing Shot! Freeze Lancer! One more! Target Blade!
We're not ready!
This one's mine!
Thank you.
This one's mine!
I owe you one.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Did that finally get rid of the wall?
To think they would hide it in Lord Dohalim's personal quarters. The nerve of these people.
They won't get away with it for much longer.
That's right. We have to hurry to the Lord's chamber. Let's go.
Well, well, if it isn't the slaves and the traitor. I don't remember giving you permission to enter the palace.
So it's true. You really are the one behind all this, Kelzelik.
I don't remember giving you permission to speak either. Know your place, slave.
Now we see his true colors.
Yeah, a despicable excuse for a human being. Though really, I guess that makes him pretty ordinary, huh?
Kelzelik, you were Lord Dohalim's most trusted advisor. His closest ally. Why would you betray him?
Don't be a fool. I didn't serve him because I wanted to. I expect a mere slave wouldn't know, but there are many powerful contenders for the position of Lord. A contest of strength determines the one who will be Lord and undisputed ruler of a realm. There is no choice in the selection. If my master had any ambitions of becoming the Sovereign, I would have gladly served him.
But he had no intention of fighting for the crown.
Indeed. Can you slaves even imagine how that looked to the rest of us? Enduring the whims of an ambitionless lord, all we could do was wait for the end as we suffered through our humiliation.
You want suffering? Try being Dahnan for a day.
So you plotted against Lord Dohalim in secret. And when my brother found out...
And I would do it all again if it meant returning Menancia to its rightful state! A realm where Dahnans are slaves and Renans their masters. It's the natural order.
Enough! Who are you to decide what is natural or rightful, traitor? Miguel, my brother. He dreamed of building a world free of suffering. He gave his life for that dream. And all you've managed to build is a lake of death! You killed my brother. And now you'll die for it! My brother's dead because of you!
Why should I concern myself with the passing of one pathetic slave?
Have you no shame?
Careful! He has some kind of camouflage! Annihilation!
This one's mine!
Go for the weak point!
Here I come! Right here!
Here's a raging cascade!
I owe you one.
Raging cascade! Cover the caster! Here's a healing arm! Here goes!
It vanished again?
Listen carefully and keep your eyes peeled.
Will this help? Magic is this! Healing arm! Hey, that's
Looking good.
magic is this! Tidal wave!
Their arts were interrupted.
Healing circle! Raging cascade! On guard! Raging cascade! I never miss!
Burn in hell!
Not in your dreams!
This one's mine.
Now you see what I can do!
One more.
Raging cascade! In here! Let me help! Cascade! Blah, 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 magic!
Time to shine.
Field! Dragon field! This one's magic is there! Raging earth! Will this help?
Look sharp. Take this.
Tiger blade! Healing circle!
Sonic thrust!
I can only rely on
Raging cascade!
Take
Sleep now! Tiger blade! Blah, 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 magic! Freeze lancer! Going in! Lightning! Down! Tiger blade! Down! Proton! Recover!
Shattering the pieces!
I'll heal you all! Lightning condemned! Thunder! Healing! Lightning condemned! Gemini! Lightning condemned! I still got some fight left in me. Feel. In here. Hear my call. Going in. Exchange magic is there. Lightning condemned. Thunderblade.
Finish it!
Xion, astral energy. Full throttle. Hear me. Flame of Jern. Lightning condemned. Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Seal. One more. Freeze lancer. More incoming. A chain magic is there. Divine sting. Lightning condemned. Close one.
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out.
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Denied!
It's weakened. Lightning condemned.
This ends now! Double Demon Fang!
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Here goes. Tempted blow. Blow of light.
Astral Arts?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
I never miss.
Burn! Tiger Blade! Armor won't save you!
Here's a healing arc. In here.
Dragon Form!
Sonic Thrust. One more. Into the seal. More than a stockpile. A blah 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 magic.
Leave the charges to me!
Healing comes. Hey,
Moonlight Alpha!
Tiger Blade. Lightning condemned. Seal. More for the stockpile. Sweet
I can't heal you forever! One shot! One more!
Blah 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 magic.
Diamond Meteor!
Blah 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 magic. Divine.
This one's mine! One more! Tiger Blade!
Mega Ray. Better. Mega Ray.
This one's mine! This one's
You picked the
mine!
wrong
I'm almost impressed.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Try this!
Just what the doctor ordered.
Here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone. Slow flight.
On guard!
I'll show you just how strong my arms really are. No, I still need to make her pay. Rinwa, you need to focus. I am. I mean, I know.
Appreciate it!
Light astral energy. Photon flash. Light astral energy. Thank you. Not in your dreams.
You picked the wrong fight!
Raging Cascade! Raging Cascade! Close one! Damn it! Going in! Water! Here I come! Raging Cascade! Here's evil! Spread! Raging Cascade! In here! Blah 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 magic! More Cascade! Here's evil!
Make it rain! Xion!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
You filthy slaves are despicable!
Your dreams of attaining lordship are no more. Give up, Kelzelik.
Attaining lordship! Ridiculous! Only those who possess a master core can become a lord. What, did you think just anyone could do it?
But then, what were you trying to accomplish with this? Didn't you betray your lord?
Yes, that's true. However, there are other lords.
Other lords? So you mean...
At last, the truth is revealed.
Dohalim, where have you been this whole time?
Cleaning up. Kelzelik, you've made your last of these.
The fruit of Helgen?
They can't be. You found my production facility?
Correct. And I tore it down. But something still troubles me. It's clear that this is no ordinary fruit. Nor was the equipment used to grow it. You couldn't have done all this without outside assistance. Indeed. Something like this must have come from another realm. Tsar, perhaps?
You actually expect me to talk now? At this point, the contest for the crown will be over soon enough. And you will finally receive the punishment you deserve for your weakness.
I've already received my punishment. May this be my final act as the Lord of Elder Menancia. Go to Mahag Saar, Ganath Horrors, wherever you think you'll find a suitable lord.
Are you all right with this? He killed your brother after all.
He did. But then I thought, he's nothing more than one common, ordinary Renan. He's not worthy of my time or my anger, right?
So after everything, was the dream of coexisting just a dream?
What is that?
Those are the cheers of the brave Danans who overpowered Kelzelik's forces.
Wait, they challenged the Renans?
Indeed. A militia made up of Danan guardsmen, Renan supporters, and of course, the Gold Dust Cats.
Do we have you to thank for bringing them all together?
Regardless of what your original motivations were, your dream of coexistence saved countless lives. And now, those people out there are fighting to keep that dream alive. That's something real.
Be that as it may, they do so now by their own hands. These people no longer need any lord.
Where are you going?
To put an end to the crown contest. So long as its madness persists, peace will remain ever out of reach. I cannot allow it to continue.
The crown contest impacts far more than just the Danans. You're choosing to fight Lenegis and the entire Empire.
I am well aware. However, if I wish to keep this dream from dying, then I have little choice in the matter. Besides, it's the least I can do.
So you're gonna go out there and make that dream real on your own?
You may be decided on your path, but that doesn't make it any less difficult.
Why not walk that road with us?
Pardon?
You heard me. We're fighting to liberate the Danans. You're fighting for the people of this realm. I'd say we're on the same path, really. It would only make sense for us to walk it together.
Danan dissidents, side by side with a Renan lord? Not the least intriguing invitation I've received. An invitation which would only be proper courtesy for me to accept.
I'll take that as a yes.
Hey, where'd Kisara go? I don't see her anywhere.
Maybe she just needed some time alone. A lot's happened.
That makes sense. She did just lose her brother after all.
We ought to keep moving as well. So long as there are lords who draw breath, we have a mission to complete. Kisara's a big girl. I'm sure she can handle herself. We should hurry on ahead to our next destination.
I guess you're right. And it is a lot safer here than it was. What do you think, Dohalim?
I am not sure I have the right to say anything as far as Kisara is concerned.
Fair enough. Well, I, for one, would like to say goodbye if we get a chance. Let's keep an eye out for her as we leave.
What's Kisara going to do now?
I'm sure it's complicated for her.
Where did Kisara run off to?
You don't think she took off after Kelzelik, do you?
No. Nagal entrusted her with his dream. She wouldn't do something reckless like that. Right now, I think she just needs time to think. What she does from here on out is up to her. She has to be the one to decide.
You all arrived here from Cyslodia, yes? In that case, you should depart via the south gate, rather than the one you arrived through.
After all that, Kisara never came back to see us.
I'm surprised she slipped away without us noticing. Where would she even go? I hope this place survives. You think the Danans and Renans have a chance of getting along? We didn't really do much to change things around here, did we?
This realm had its own walls to overcome. And in the end, it was the people themselves who decided to break them down, without any help from us. I hope they keep going. I really do.
Yeah, well, if you say so, I guess. Huh?
All right. I leave command of the Gold Dust Cats in your hands.
You've got nothing to worry about, Kisara. I'll do your brother proud.
Looks like it's time to go. Take good care of Zare for me. All right, Lagiel?
You've got it. Stay safe, Kisara.
Did you come to say goodbye?
Actually, I was wondering if you could use another companion.
Huh?
Well, we certainly don't mind you coming along. We just figured you'd stay behind and help rebuild. These people could use you.
I thought much the same thing. However, in the end, something changed my mind. Ever since Miguel died, I've been thinking a lot. About where I went wrong, what I should have done differently. You know, that sort of thing. It's true that our dream of coexistence saved many Danan lives, but we were naive and short-sighted. I was so wrapped up in my idea of how things should be that I didn't see the problems that existed right in front of us. I thought we had been given a utopia. And so I never bothered to look too far past its surface. I chose to be ignorant. And because of that, because of me, my brother...
Miguel's death wasn't your fault, Kisara.
Perhaps you're right. But in the end, it was me he entrusted this dream to. I learned that nothing in this life is free, or gained without sacrifice. Now that I know that, I'll just have to figure out what else I don't know.
So, decided to join us?
I have. And hopefully I can continue to protect Elda Menencia from outside the dream world, for the sake of those still inside.
And here I thought you joined for an opportunity on my life.
In all honesty, I'm grateful to you. I truly am. I don't blame you for what happened. But I must also leave your service. No longer will I be defined by protecting a Renan Lord. From now on, when I fight to protect my dream. All I ask is that you do your part, that you fight alongside me, not just for those who used to believe in your dream, but for those that still do. Dohalim.
I understand. I'm no longer a lord anyway.
Well, this crew just gets bigger and bigger. All right, where to, team?
We make for Mahag Sar, the Valley of the Four Winds.
I'm amazed how easily you can move such a giant shield around like it's nothing.
Really? It's not actually as heavy as it looks.
It's really reassuring to have someone like you protecting us, though.
You know, I guess I never realized it before, but looking back, I've always been the sort to put myself in harm's way to protect those around me, even before I joined the Elder Menancia Guard. So, in a way, using this shield to keep you all safe feels like it's what I was meant to do.
You don't need to worry about protecting me. I don't plan on relying on you.
That's okay. It doesn't matter if you do or not. I don't protect people because they ask me to. I do it because I want to, and because I think it's the right thing to do. That goes for you too, Dohalim.
Me?
Yes. You see, you and I both want the same thing. We have the same goal. That means it's in my best interest to continue to protect and keep you safe as well. Even now.
I'm not sure how much protecting I'll need either, but I appreciate the thought. I'm sure you'll do us proud, Kisara.
Right. You can all count on me.
What was Kelzalik even after in the end?
Isn't it obvious? Clearly he wanted the throne for himself, and was gonna have his goons execute Dohalim to get it.
He had to have known he couldn't hope to defeat a lord. He should have run while he had the chance, instead of holding himself up in the palace.
Maybe he thought he couldn't run? Either way, the outcome's the same.
So he got desperate and decided to go for broke?
One might argue that he was another victim of mine, in a sense.
Huh?
There is no greater calling in life to a Renan than the crown contest, yet I refused to take part. The shock he felt at that must have been truly immense, enough to drive him to revolt, even though doing so meant defying Renan hierarchy.
I know I've said this before, but Dahnans and Renans wouldn't coexist here if it wasn't for your stance.
But that was no lofty idealism on my part, nor do I feel any pride at what occurred.
Spare us the pity party. You literally just joined us to uphold those ideals.
Shion?
No, she is absolutely correct. I shall speak no more of my misgivings.
I see someone who looks troubled about something.
A little compassion can...
Hmm? Right.
Excuse me!
Well...
Really?
Good.
What the?
Seriously?
All right.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
I'm impressed how well balanced this thing is.
Easy peasy. I knew I could handle it.
I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zeugles, I would reckon.
I mean, other than them.
I think there's someone in trouble here.
Hello.
Huh. Huh?
Kisar.
Right.
Think we can take that thing?
No way. Forget about it.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Photon, raging
Face me!
If they rush you, you gotta jump for cover, okay?
Nothing gets by me.
Another incantation ruined.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Good! I'll leave it to you!
Sleep now. I'll be safe.
Finish it!
Rinwell! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Trapped in darkness, pierced by light.
I call it the Rindo Special.
opponent like this should be easy.
Darkness. Negative gate. A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Into the shadows!
I'll face you. Knuckle back. Everlasting dark. Arts are being interrupted.
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the
Glacial
prize.
Spear. I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
Your blade moves like silk.
I just let my instincts take over.
How fascinating.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Reload. Light burst forth.
Radiant Genesis!
Looks like it could be worth something.
I think it's safe to rest here now. I think Hootle senses something.
Mahag Sar. That makes 4 out of the 5 realms that I've visited now.
I wonder what kind of lord we're gonna find there.
It doesn't matter. If they try to get in our way, we'll take them down and that'll be that.
Little help!
To everlasting
Hear me!
darkness.
Negative Water! Clear my hole! I'll be this one!
Begin. Take that.
Will this help?
Beckon to everlasting darkness. Negative gate. Beckon to everlasting.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Finish it!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop. Wow. Look what I just found.
Let's see what you've got.
Water, hear my call!
No! I'll face you. You require a hand.
Let's get you off.
Begin. You're mine. Rising water. Castle. Lewis gate. Lunar Rondo.
I'll stop its charge.
Thanks, Kisara.
Negative gate.
Can't be Demon Cannon! Let's go! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Raging Castle!
Blade. Finish it. You're mine.
Air thrust!
That's what I like to hear. What's this thing?
dispose of the trash.
Everlasting darkness. Negative gate.
Red!
In a bind.
Hear me! Time of lightning burning!
Begin. You're mine. House this.
Here, let me help. First aid! Lightning condemned!
Catapult.
Thunder ray!
Can you take it? You're mine.
Burning!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for.
Here I go!
Get behind me.
Done! I'll leave it to you!
Begin.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Blow them away. Could have been worse.
There's something in the water. I didn't realize there was a pond here.
Yeah, this is Taka Pond. And it happened to have saved my life once upon a time.
What do you mean?
As a kid, I survived life under the past lords by escaping here when I needed to. It's terrible to swim in, but great for catching a bite for dinner away from Renin eyes. Bear in mind, our rations back then weren't enough to live off of. You had to take matters into your own hands if you wanted enough food to survive.
But how did you catch them? With your bare hands?
That might take a while. Fish are prone to swim away at the first sign of trouble. I'd put bait or a lure on a line and use it with a fishing rod. You must not be familiar with fishing if this sounds new to you. Here, let me show you how it's done. Everything looks fine with the lure. All right, let's do this. Ha! Not my lucky day, I guess. Time to try a different spot. Nothing's biting. All right. That was disappointing. Looks like I lost it. There we go. I'll get you next time. Okay, change of plans. All right. Dagnabbit! It got away. Now where might those fish be? All right. Boy, that's a bit of a letdown.
Looks like a pretty energetic fish.
Hup. All right. That was disappointing. Hup. Time to try a different spot. Okay, change of plans. Oh, we've got a lively one. I did it! But I'm not gonna quit now.
Oh, yeah!
Yeah! All right, once more from the top. Okay, change of plans. All right. Anybody could reel in that.
That went pretty well.
Not my lucky day, I guess. Yeah! I've got something. Well, it's not bad, per se.
Could have been worse. At least you caught something.
And that's all there is to it.
Wow. It seems like you need to have good reflexes to catch anything. I don't know if it's really for me. Kisara? I think I've seen enough.
Oh, sorry. I guess I'm just in my own little world when I go fishing.
Looks like we're going to be here for a while.
That's how fishing goes. You wait for a bite, and then the real battle begins. Miguel told me that different fish live in different regions, and you have to pick the right rod and lure for what you're hoping to catch.
But that doesn't change the fact it's a giant time sink.
Of course, each fish has its own unique flavor, too. And some of them are supposed to be extremely delicious.
When you put it like that, maybe it's worth me trying my hand at fishing after all.
You're just in it for the food.
I was hoping we'd get to fish during our travels. And it just so happens I made sure to grab my brother's old rod before I left Vicente. So, if you ever feel like fishing when we've got a little downtime, just let me know.
Good to hear. Thanks for showing us.
Okay!
I'm always amazed what healing arts can do.
Just... doing my job. No need to thank me.
Hey. Is it just me, or have those two barely spoken a single word to one another?
I know, right? But after everything that happened with Miguel, is it really any wonder?
Kinda puts a damper on the whole journey, though, huh? How long do you think they're gonna keep this up?
If it bothers you that much, why don't you ask them?
Why do I have to ask?
How come you walk together like that?
She really doesn't beat around the bush.
You mean Kisara and myself?
You hadn't noticed? You've been practically joined at the hip ever since we left Vicente.
I guess it's force of habit, most likely. I was always ready to protect him, should the need arise. It sort of came with the job description.
Right. From being in the Elder Menancia Guard. Although, Dohalim's pretty capable of defending himself, isn't he?
Having guards doesn't necessarily mean the one being guarded is weak. No one's perfect all the time.
Even so, it's not like they're entirely wrong, Kisara. You're no longer in my employ, after all.
I don't know. I mean, if it's what she's used to and you're both comfortable with it, then who are we to judge?
But she doesn't serve him anymore. It isn't normal for her to keep following him around like she still does.
You know, she's probably right. And a lot has changed over the last few days. I guess it wouldn't hurt to rethink our relationship in light of the new circumstances. Perhaps I'll give it some thought after all. Does that sound all right by you?
Of course.
You might want to stop asking his permission for every little thing while you're at it.
Sorry. It's not that easy, shaking off old habits. I'll probably need a little time to get fully used to it. I've noticed that sometimes we come across enemies who fight like you, and try to dodge our attacks at the last second.
I hate those guys. I can get some hits in when they move into attack, but otherwise they slip past damn near everything else I throw at them.
If what you're seeking is a way to more reliably hit them, there is a solution.
Try to outclass them on reflexes?
I possess the ability to command Earth elemental beings to some extent. They emerge as the land itself and take root on my command. They will swiftly bind the enemies, at which point you can dispatch them.
Huh?
What he means is that he can make plants grow to hold the enemies in place. At least I think that's probably what he's saying.
I'm glad at least one of us understands him. So basically, if we find an enemy that likes to dodge, we should let Dohalim handle it.
I shall do what I can within my modest means to help.
Why are you looking at me like that?
That armor you wear is standard issue for the Menancian Guard, right?
Originally, I've added some flair to it in a lot of places.
I noticed, especially with that open back.
We guardsmen pride ourselves on never showing our back to our enemies. It's my way of making myself live up to that. Plus, it makes it that much lighter and easier to maintain.
Dohalim, do you have anything to say about this?
Every guardsman is allowed to wear their armor as they see fit.
And you, Law?
Huh? Why are you asking me?
Good food is the best kind of magic.
Dohalim, care if I hang out for a while? You worried about what's going on with Menancia?
What makes you think that?
Well, you were speaking to Kisara earlier, weren't you?
It's rude to listen in on others, you know.
Sorry. I didn't hear what you two were actually talking about, though. I just figured it was Menancia since it was the two of you.
I am but a former lord who has abandoned his post. I'm no longer in a position to lead the realm in any capacity whatsoever. Yet Kisara still seeks out my opinions, knowing full well that is the case. This despite the fact I am no longer her master either.
Couldn't it be precisely because you're not her master anymore? It's natural for friends to want to hear each other's opinions.
I hadn't considered that possibility.
It's funny what you miss sometimes.
Hardly uncommon among artistic types such as myself. When lordships are decided based solely on one's astral energy, it can lead to funny results.
But even so, you still took your job as lord seriously, didn't you?
Certainly. I learned to perform my functions. However, I was less interested in ruling, so much as avoiding life and death decisions. Of course, such a mentality in the end led only to sickening pain and death taking place elsewhere out of sight. I pretended not to see or hear any of it, content to let our supposed peace and equality keep me blind and deaf to reality. I was a fool.
But you're making amends.
I would like to think so. The path ahead is dark, yet I still walk on. I merely pray that I shan't fall down any holes along the way. We'd best get ready for tomorrow. Shall we get moving? Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
I just noticed none of you other Danans have spirit cores. Why is that?
Both of my parents were part of the resistance in Calaglia. In fact, my birth was kept a secret from the Renans.
Mine too. We always lived in hiding, so I never had a spirit core embedded in me like I was supposed to.
What about you, Alphen? You were a slave in Calaglia before all this, weren't you?
To be completely honest, I'm not sure why I don't have one. All the other Danan slaves around me did. I was the only exception. They tended to keep their distance from me to avoid attracting any attention from the soldiers, because of my mask and all. What about you, Kisara? Do you still have your spirit core?
No. I was able to find a good Renan doctor who's sympathetic to our kind, and had them remove it before I left. They did such a great job, the procedure didn't even leave a scar.
One of the benefits of coexistence, huh?
I know that once the spirit vessel was shut down, there wasn't much need for me to hurry. But still, I didn't like having that mark of servitude lingering on me any longer than I had to. It may sound a little strange to hear me say this, but I'm just me now. Not a guardsman or a slave. I'm my own woman. And this is my chance to have a new beginning.
This sure is one rugged road. You'd think they'd keep this at least a little better maintained, right?
Why spend energy fixing that which is rarely used? Repairs require time and effort, which in our world means slaves, often in great numbers. For you, it may be a simple request, but that can quickly become another's difficult burden. Nobody gains anything without someone expending effort.
And you know, somehow that someone always ends up being a Danan, while the Renans are the ones who gain.
True enough. Ideally, in a perfect world, I think it's only fair that the ones who need it should be the ones to perform the work.
However, when doing so could be dangerous like it is here, there are many who would prefer that it be others who risk their lives in their stead.
So, what you're saying is that people will just put up with the inconvenience until someone else comes along to fix it for them?
Indeed. And it is those who can no longer bear that feeling that inevitably take action. Much like the Danans in our group do so now. As strange as it may be to hear such a thing from the likes of myself.
It's true that most of the Danans in Calaglia have been resigned to just accepting things as they are. Still, we can't just blame them for...
What are you making that face for? You're not worn out already, are you?
Nah, just regretting I ever said anything in the first place.
Don't get careless!
Everlasting dark.
Don't tell me!
Glacial Sphere!
Here's the evil!
Can you take it? Does it hurt?
I'm not so good with airborne targets.
Everlasting dark.
Negative!
Offline freak! Why can't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Can you take it?
You're finished.
Not so fast!
That gun of yours is real handy at pinch.
It takes a true marksman to use.
Well, don't think of anyone better than you, Sion.
I'll face you. Finish it. You're mine. I'll face you.
Hear my call!
Finish it. Hey! Blow them away.
I'm practically unstoppable.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Negative gain. Rising focus.
By the power of water! Raging
Begin.
Airborne
Be still.
In here.
The airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Everlasting dark. Negative gain.
I'm all stuffed up!
Take this. Try finish it.
Wow! Look what I just found.
All right. There's nowhere to run from my heart.
When he slows down, that's our chance.
It's like crashing into the wall!
You require a hand.
Water! Hear my call! Astral energy! Stand to it!
No. No further.
Rising focus.
Fantastic.
Rising focus. Everlasting.
You require a hand. Can't get out of this. Begin.
Dragon Swarm.
Begin.
Eternal Devastation. Double Demon Fang.
Now, Ridwell, astral energy, full throttle!
Got some interesting moves there, Dohalim. I'm glad you're on our side.
I'm simply glad to hear that I can make myself useful to you all. Huh?
What's wrong?
We seem to have come across some rather unusual objects.
What, you mean that pile of garbage?
No mere garbage, I assure you. Still, I've never seen anything shaped like it before. I'm intrigued.
Are you curious about this stuff, Rinwell?
Yeah. I think he might have found some old Danan relics. They look like the remains of a bunch of objects that disappeared after the Renans first invaded.
And yet here I am, holding them without so much as a second thought. I imagine the sight must be unsettling to you.
Not really, just that it must be nice to be a Renan who has time to indulge in stuff like that, unlike the rest of us.
Are you interested in this stuff too, Dohalim?
Charmed may be a better turn of phrase. I simply love objects that can give me a sense of what their maker was thinking, the history that went into their creation. You see, we Renans have hardly any such objects that trace back to our distant past.
I still don't understand what you two find so intriguing about it, though.
Why not? We're talking about our own culture here.
I get that, but it's not like this stuff is any use now, does it? It's just old. Real old.
Oh, but it does. Holding it in your hands like this, one can feel and engage with the distant past in a way no history book can ever accomplish.
I'll take your word for it. Well, seeing as it's Dan in history, just make sure you're careful with it. All right, Dohalim?
But of course. There's history in the air here. I can smell it.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Visibility along this path will remain limited for some time. Take care not to get ambushed.
I'm surprised you know the terrain here so well. Lords don't strike me as having much time for wandering in the woods.
Sometimes I would take strolls along here when I wished to be alone.
You always did have a bad habit of disappearing without telling any of us guardsmen.
This one will be difficult to predict. Position, precision, time. All a perfect 10.
That's it? Nothing else to add?
You take meticulous care of your fire. Now arts are being interrupted. Come on!
Here I go. I'm only getting
Negative gate! Can you take it?
This should come in handy when crafting weapons.
It's so hilly around here. I can feel my feet getting blisters.
That's mountain hiking for you. It can be pretty tough if you're not used to these sorts of trails.
I take it you're comfortable with them then? Go no further!
Everlasting darkness. Negative gate. On your knees. Leave the agile ones to me.
That's my shit!
Coming through! Ha! Scarlet Inferno!
There! One more!
I'll thank you. Prepare to be sealed.
I'm only getting started! Annihilation!
Can you take it? all of us. Is it now? Not so fast. Begin. Come on.
Dance in the wind.
Can you take it? Come on. Everlasting dark. Negative gate.
Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Shining
Begin.
reflex.
Come on.
More where that came from.
Can you take it? Not so fast.
Maybe this
Tempt
way.
it. Catapult. Tempt
Now.
it.
Lock. Get toasty.
Burn strike.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Let's dispose of the trash.
Negative gate.
They're surrounding us. Light after raging cascade.
Can you take it? Being interrupted.
Raging storm. More reflex. Leave the enemy's arts to me.
Begin. No complaints here. Can you take it? No further. Can you take it? Not so fast. Everlasting dark.
We've turned the tables on them.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
Begin. Come on. Toss it.
Gale force. Annihilation. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Photon. Dance in the wind.
Take this.
Air thrust.
Everlasting dark. Negative gate.
Spread. Here, let me help. First aid. Go here. Dance in the wind. Air thrust. Hear my call. Photon blast. Spread.
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Hi, Hoodle.
Everlasting darkness. Negative gate.
Burning sun. Water. Hear my call. Raging cascade. Spread.
Can you take it? Taste it.
Burning sun. Photon. Dance in the wind. Spread. Feel.
I'll face you. Not so fast. Tempt it.
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the prize.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
Do it! Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Glacial spear. Pierce evil.
Dragon swarm!
Elvin, this ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
I can feel my precision improving.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Mega red.
Can you take it?
Raging cascade.
I'll face you. Another incantation ruined.
This isn't looking good.
The enemy wields arts too. Behold! The Earth's pulse! Tectonic vision!
Here's a hero. All right.
I'll face you. Forgive me.
Here I go.
This is my fault.
Lightning raging cascade.
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Heal!
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Light after.
Precisely. Healer, you cannot be rid.
That's the wisest thing you've ever said.
Blow them away!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
We got some good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
More Danon ruins here too, I see.
What were people even thinking back then? Trying to build anything around here?
Maybe they just had that much time and energy on their hands.
Go no further!
Everlasting darkness! Negative gate! Begin! Can't get out of this!
Here's a healing art!
Stay calm. I shall provide. I thought you were going to wreck the place. I'm not nearly finished yet, and I'll provide assistance however I can.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Thank you.
Behold! The Earth! Tectonic vision! I'll face you! How's this?
Here and now!
Didn't even break a sweat.
Choice back into everlasting darkness.
Glacial spear! Dance is the wind!
I shall ensure you survive this.
Dance is the wind! Glacial spear!
You're mine.
Freeze Lancer!
Not so fast.
Here I go!
I'll face you.
Lunar Blast!
On your knees.
I can do it all day!
Another incantation ruined. I'll face you.
Healing circle!
In your death.
Why'd you heal me?
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Raging Cascade! Mega Ray! Lightning!
You're mine.
Deathfall! Dance in the wind! Air drop!
Shield.
This one's got your name on it!
Ash to action. I must keep striving.
You can ease off yourself.
Pot calls the kettle black.
Good advice for all of us, to be honest.
I sure have built up a sweat with this hike.
Rest assured, we have reached the top. It's all downhill from here, quite literally.
So Mahag Sar's just a...
No choice. To everlasting. Come on. Negative gate. Begin. Being interrupted. On your knees. Can you take it? Take it. Test it. Not so fast. Excellent technique. How are your weapons? That's not to give me any idea.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking and more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Can you take it?
Do they not teach you to say thank you, Indiana? Not to a Renan or don't?
Negative death. To everlasting darkness. Negative death.
Sleep now. Get on here together.
Your blade moves like silk. That just let my instincts take over. How fascinating.
Can you take it? How anti-gravity?
So that's how a lord fights.
I don't perform it well.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear you say that.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Guess I misread the landing.
Get lost. Into everlasting darkness. Negative gate. Sorry. To everlasting darkness. Negative gate.
Let's go
By the power of water.
Here, let me help. Lightning and death.
Heal.
Thunderblade.
Hear my call.
Spread.
Glacial spear.
Piercing.
We've turned the tables on them.
There are still more left.
Right. No time to hold back.
Negative gate.
Here I go. Shadows. Dance in the wind.
I'm lost.
Feel. Let's get you all tucked away.
On your
All right. It's Rainbow. Dance in the wind. Air to annihilation.
You attack without mercy.
Because I can't afford to hesitate.
Not against a worthy opponent.
So those are Danon Astral Arts.
That extra training paid off.
Little help. It's over. Like your air right there. Help this.
Will this help?
Healing circle.
I'm grateful.
Raging cascade. Hey, that's
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Catapult! Not done!
Raging cascade.
I'll face you.
Devastation! Finish it! In an instant! Impact block!
Let's refrain from losing. Through these lands most verdant green, my eyes alight for sights unseen. In Menancia, pure and pristine.
What is it you see exactly?
That's not for me to say.
What's this place here? Some kind of old house?
I don't know.
Let's see what you've got.
Negative gate!
Can you take it? Take this!
You're mine! Freeze laser!
Can you take it?
Not so fast! Burning!
Take this! How's this? Can you take it?
Healing circle! I'm only getting... Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Freeze laser! Alvin! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Coming through. Negative gate.
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Freeze laser! Here's a healing arc!
Benediction
Light the air!
Another incantation ruined. Behold, the earth pulse. Tectonic vision.
Raging sword!
Benediction light.
Raging glacial spear! Here's power!
Benediction light.
Freeze laser! Here goes!
Allow me to help you. Never ever been so
We're on the
far.
home stretch now.
Don't take your eyes off the front.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
Can you take it? Take this. Here I come.
Devastation! Rising Falcon!
Can you take it?
Thunder shield!
Not so fast.
Raging cascade!
Take this! Dragon Finish!
Shion,
This one's got your name on it!
action to action. A merry distraction.
There's still more to go.
Rising Falcon! Sonic Thrust!
Raging cascade!
Begin.
I need to be stronger.
Let's see what you've got.
Glacial spear!
Art of being interrupted. Everlasting
Glacial
dark.
spear!
Negative
Here's
gate.
evil!
Everlasting dark.
Get
Negative
on in
gate.
there with the searing flame! Here's a healing arc!
Did you just hear me?
Astral energy! Full throttle! I'm all stuffed
Begin.
Through Demon Fang!
Not so fast.
Destruction!
Can you take it? You're mine. Tempt it. Catapult it.
Rising Wyvern!
Too fast. Stand back. I'll trip it up.
Here I go!
You're mine!
Carried away.
Demons descend!
Flashing bang.
Easy peasy. Ha hoodle.
to everlasting darkness. Negative gate!
Annihilation! Laser ray!
Begin! You're mine! Not so fast! Catapult!
Here I go! Wind over energy! Lightning return! Not on my watch!
Not today!
I'll smash you!
Searing flame! I never miss!
In a bind?
Alright, it's time! Now, water! Clear my astral energy! Full throttle! Searing flame! Now! Frozen!
Hammer! Glacial spear!
Here's evil! Freeze! Lightning orb! Lightning again! Here's evil!
You're mine!
Freeze lancer!
How's this?
Ready!
Severing wind!
Thunder field! Dance in the wind! In here!
I'll face you!
I'll be saving you!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. The design of this equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alphen.
Dohalim's fighting style is... what's the word I'm looking for? Subdued? No...
Do you mean elegant, perhaps?
Yeah, that's the word. For better or worse, you can definitely tell he's cut from posh Renin cloth.
And he's not just skilled with the staff either. He can also use astral arts, including healing ones. I can see how he made it to the position of a lord.
You flatter me. But my fighting techniques merely come from a style that aims to conserve energy by minimizing body movement.
Is that why you wait until the last second before you dodge attacks? To avoid unnecessary movements?
No, I do that to sharpen my senses. I find that doing so is an effective means of drawing out my innermost strength.
Oh yeah, I've noticed you look stronger and strike out with your rod more after you dodge attacks. Guess that's why.
Still, it's a risk. Don't you ever worry you'll dodge at the wrong moment?
Then, it'll be just as well.
Huh?
It's nothing. Let us continue.
Still thinking about how to act around Dohalim?
That obvious, huh? Except I don't think I'll be changing much after all. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going to stay his servant. However, I am going to treat him like a fellow comrade, the same way I would with you or anyone else. For as long as I can remember, I've spent my life protecting others. But isn't that what friends do too? Support and protect one another in times of need?
Which in the end pretty much means doing as you've always done, right? If that's what you're most comfortable with, I'm certainly not going to give you any grief over it.
Actually, I've been thinking about how I ought to act around you all as well.
Oh?
When I set out on this journey, it was to rid Eldaman and Sia of its enemies and search for wisdom in the outside world. Wisdom that I could potentially put to use on my return. I'm grateful to you all for letting me tag along. But it got me thinking, what am I actually contributing by being here?
What are you talking about? You know how to hold a weapon, don't you? That's help enough.
Is it though? Sometimes I wish there was more I could be doing to pull my...
Oops, sorry about that. Jeez, I'm famished.
Now that you mention it, What do you guys normally do for food and meals when you're out and about on your travels?
What do you mean, what do we do? We find stuff to eat and eat it. So long as it's meat, I'm not fussy.
Eating what you like can be good for morale in the short term, but you need to think about your diet if you want to stay healthy.
Does that mean eating vegetables too?
Isn't that obvious?
It does, which I guess hasn't been happening up till now.
Yeah, to be honest, we could be eating better than we do.
Understood. In that case, I'll just have to make sure you're all staying healthy and eating right myself. Fortunately, I happen to know a thing or two about cooking as well.
You hear that, Law? Sounds like you'll be eating your greens after all.
What is it?
No, sorry, it's just... I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on all this.
It will do her good to have a project.
No, not Kisara. I meant you. Was there anything you wanted to add?
Me? Certainly you're not looking to me for culinary skill, I hope.
Typical Renan, leaving everything to someone else.
Rinwell, I don't think...
That said, should you need my skills on the battlefield, please rest assured I have no intention of shirking my responsibilities, regardless of who we may face.
I'm sure no one doubts that. Listen, guys, if we're traveling together, we should probably at least try to make an effort to get to know one another, don't you think?
I wouldn't get your expectations too high in that regard. Believe it or not, sometimes I'm not sure I even know myself all that well.
Something wrong? You look like you're deep in thought.
Not exactly. I was merely thinking about you two and your sense of etiquette.
Oh?
Etiquette?
Indeed. To be quite frank, I find your lack of manners to be nigh intolerable.
That's not being frank, that's being and forget it. Do we really need to talk about this now?
Yes. I find such impropriety on your parts to be deeply unsettling. It concerns me greatly.
What do you want us to do? We were slaves. We never got to learn how to be proper like you.
Yeah, what he said. Maybe you missed how we were just focused on surviving.
Perhaps, but Kisara here demonstrates that it's quite possible for a Denon to learn proper manners.
That's because I was given the opportunity to learn. Moreover, my duties as a guardsman required it. Not every realm is like Menancia, as you well know.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to hold us to some other city standards.
Exactly. You've got to remember what it's been like for us living under the Rena elsewhere.
I will concede that you do indeed make a valid point. It would appear, for all my espousing the virtues of equality between our peoples, I was still looking down on the two of you.
You don't need to beat yourself up. I wasn't that offended by what you said, man.
Nevertheless, I shall mind my words from here on out. Having said that, I do believe you two would still benefit from learning the basics of proper society. I would be more than happy to teach you both when we camp out, if you like.
Yeah, no, I'll pass. Acting all prim and proper isn't really my style.
If you say so. How about you, Law? Would you like to learn? Although I suppose my first task is to reform your attitude toward the idea of good etiquette.
You're not gonna let this go, are you?
Hey, let's stop for a minute.
What's up? You already tired?
My armor's pretty heavy. I think I need a little rest.
I second that. All of this walking is starting to take its toll on me as well.
What? You don't look it.
We can't spare the time. There's places we need to be. Mahag Sar's capital, Niez, is our destination right now.
But if one of us collapses, it will only serve to slow us down. And in your case, Alphen is the only one who could carry you. Best to rest while you have the opportunity.
Enough already. I need a break, so we're taking one.
I don't need you fretting over me.
Fretting? Hey, it's not like I'm... been looking for you.
For me? Why?
He's tough.
Who are you? You said you were looking for me. Why?
Beautiful, precious life.
What the?
That is all I desire.
Then why are we fighting? Who even are you?
Glacial Spear.
On your
Sword. Freeze Lancer.
Being interrupted.
Take this!
Seal. Let's get
Who the hell are you? Bastard!
This guy's not normal.
His speed is unbelievable.
You mean he even surpasses a lord?
Benediction light. Benediction. Another incantation ruined.
Here goes. Healing Circle.
Your helping me has become a pattern.
It's for the good of all of us.
Is it now?
Field. Lightning. Lightning Orb. Here's the evil.
You're mine.
Freeze Lancer.
Rotating pile driver.
Lightning Orb. In here. From Death's Abyss. More for the stockpile. Resuscitation. Tempest Swirl. Up and in. Let's go. Lightning. Downfall. I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss.
Pathetic. From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul.
Healing Circle. That'll come in handy. There.
I'm in your debt.
Into the shadow.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
You all cut the Healing Circle. Hey, that. Lightning. Storm of Fury.
Now it's my turn.
Whoa, hey.
Behold, the Earth's pulse. Tectonic vision.
Take this!
Let me help.
Lunar Rondo!
I think I can take this.
Hear me. Flame of
Be
Fury.
still!
Lightning Orb. Here. Dance in the wind. Freeze.
Can you take it?
Dance in the wind. Healing Circle. Sleep
I'm in
now.
your debt.
Get on in there with the others.
Demon Fang!
Let's spread. Raging Tempest. Pierce the evil.
Everlasting
Freeze
dark.
Lancer.
Negative gate. Beckon.
Lightning
Can't get out of this.
Time.
Is that all that you've got? Very well. Then die. A wretch like you? Till next time.
Shion, wake up, please!
Alphen?
Shion!
Thanks, but you're kinda crushing me.
Sorry.
It's okay. And so am I. It's not as bad as it looks.
Not bad. That's... Shion, we thought
I'm
you were...
fine. Really.
What the hell were you thinking?
Well, you were trying to protect me too, you know.
Yeah, but I have the sword. It's different.
It's not different. Besides,
Hmm?
Never mind. It's nothing. Anyway, thank you.
But I didn't... Look, I'm just glad that you're...
Alphen?
Sorry.
That guy said he'd be back. I think maybe we should get moving before he returns, right?
Rinwell has a good point. We need to go. Shion, are you sure you're okay?
Shion, are you sure you're okay?
Yeah, I already applied some healing arts to it. It didn't even leave a scar.
But his sword went nearly straight through you.
I'm all right. Unless I've turned into some kind of ghost and I'm haunting you all right now.
No, I know you're not. It's just...
Look, I appreciate you looking out for me, but I'm fine, really.
There was also that strange light that appeared when Shion was stabbed. It seemed to make the enemy retreat when he saw it. Alphen, do you have any idea what it might have been?
A light? I don't know. I was kind of preoccupied with other things at the time.
Now that I think of it, between that light and the blazing sword, just what sort of person are you, Alphen? Can you use Dahnan astral arts like Rinwell, perhaps?
He wouldn't know, Dohalim. He doesn't have any memories from his past, remember? Besides, we should really be getting out of here.
I suppose you're right. Forgive me. We've almost reached Nias, the capital of Mahag Sar. With any luck, we'll find a place there for Shion to rest. Hey.
How are you holding up after that last fight? You're not too hurt, are you?
I'm fine, really. See for yourself.
If things get too tough out there, go ahead and fall back. I can take a beating if I need to.
I'm not here just to stand around and have everyone protect me.
I get that, but there's nothing wrong with admitting you have weaknesses too.
Do I look like I'm just trying to put on a brave face to you?
I can't feel pain. But you still can, can't you?
Look, I appreciate you're trying to look out for me, but even you go down in fights from time to time. Please, stop trying to babysit me. It's getting old.
It's not that. I just...
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Have you guys checked your... lately?
Whoa, that came out perfect.
Did we really just spend that much money?
Okay. Off we go.
Let's see what you've got.
Glacial Spear. Pierce evil.
Sonic thrust!
Thank you. Everlasting darkness. Negative gate.
Glow of light.
Exploit the enemy's weakness.
Supernova.
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Benediction light. Heal.
I suppose I should thank you.
Benediction light.
Heal! Sword Rain Alpha! Raining Slash!
Benediction light. Benediction light.
You're mine.
Heal.
Dance in the wind. Glacial Spear. Pierce evil. I'll be saving Great Lancer.
Benediction light.
Glacial Spear. Pierce evil. Banana.
On your knees. Nothing will hold me back.
Catapult! Take this!
Here I go.
Really?
Take it down.
Arcane Thrust!
Mega Ray. Lighthouse of water. Annihilation field. Hear me. Flame of fury. Burning strike.
Here I go! Dragon Swarm!
Sighted. We escalated wall. Like a power of water.
To everlasting darkness. Negative gate.
It's over! Dragon Swarm! Sonic Thrust!
I'll face you.
Demon Fang!
Tempest. Catapult.
In here, Great Lancer.
Benediction light.
Heal!
Radiant Star. One at a time.
Benediction light. Heal.
Searing Flame.
Benediction light.
Lightning Heal. Flame of Fury. Burning Strike.
Take this.
Glacial Spear. Pierce evil. Toughest to swallow.
Benediction
Great
light.
Lancer.
Demon Fang!
This is some punishment.
Lightning Searing Flame. Now. Frozen.
Hammer! I'll bring you back from death to
Sometimes
this.
the best medicine is the toughest to swallow. Resuscitation. Lightning.
No rest for the wicked.
Watch and weep.
From beyond. Another incantation ruin. I couldn't get in time.
I'm gonna need more of that medicine. Double Demon Fang!
Such unadulterated fury.
Smart head.
Double Demon Fang! It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out.
You require a hand.
Far enough!
Nothing will hold me back. I see you.
Here, let me help.
Tackle. First aid.
Benediction light. This has a most peculiar taste. On your knees.
All right. It's showtime.
Odds of being interrupted.
Glacial Spear.
Here's evil. Dance in the wind.
Benediction light.
Dance in the wind.
Benediction light.
Here. I'm out of
Thanks for the concern.
Simple repayment for a favor of.
I grant favors, and I don't accept them either.
Lightning orb.
On your knees.
Swallow Blade!
Air pressure.
Water. Hear my call.
Double Demon Fang!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Thank you. To everlasting darkness.
Double Demon Fang!
Healing circle.
Can't get out of this.
Demon Fang!
This one's mine.
Double Demon Fang!
It's weakened.
This one's mine! Bitch and die!
Thank you.
Carve through armor.
Far enough!
Graviton. Don't mind if I do.
Benediction
I'm
light.
almost impressed.
High praise coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
I've healed myself. I am not beyond fury.
Dance in the wind.
Begin.
Take this! It's over! Sword Rain Alpha! Blow away!
Behold! The Earth's pulse! Tectonic vision!
Just what the doctor ordered. Let me help.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Water. They're not playing around. Glacial Spear. Here's evil.
Benediction
Freeze
light.
Lancer. That move.
Here comes the big one!
I'm ready. I'll bring you back the doctor order. Lightning Orb. Lightning Strike.
Now you see what I can do!
Do it. Xion. Astral Energy. Full throttle.
I feel stronger. I mean, a bit.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me? Well, I'll do my best.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Okay.
Seriously?
Well,
What the?
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads. I feel like somebody's watching us.
you okay?
Yeah!
Okay.
Huh?
Here we go!
Stay sharp. We're going in.
Got a bad feeling about this one.
Me too. Better keep our distance.
We'll kick your ass later, buddy! Huh? I think someone's calling out for us.
They could have something they need from us.
Oh? Yeah! Yeah. Why?
What?
Yeah. Got it. Great. I hate that woman.
She was a handful, wasn't she?
What's wrong with being...
Well... Yeah. I don't think I'll ever quite warm up to her, but I can respect.
That can't be. No.
Oh, wow!
Hey!
Uh-huh.
Oh?
Why?
Whoa!
Watch it! Hey! Oh?
Huh? No way.
Hey!
We've reached our destination.
Are we in the right place? This place looks like a mess.
Yes, this is Niez, the capital of Mahag Sar.
I don't see any signs of people. And the buildings.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like the kind of place people would actually live.
No soldiers, no Danans, not a soul to be seen. Yet look at these facades. This is clearly a Renan district.
Hey, check out that drawing on the castle gate. That's the Darkwing's crest. It's from an old Danan legend about a hero who defeated an evil king with a torch and their trusty owl. That's his crest. I'm sure of it.
Really? First time I'm hearing it. So if someone drew it on the gate...
It must mean the Renans have lost control of the city.
Are you suggesting the Danans rose up and defeated the Lord here? Hard to believe, but not entirely unthinkable, given the evidence.
Let's look around and see if we can find someone. They might be able to tell us what happened. This is horrible.
Is there truly no one here?
All of these ruins look like they were made pretty recently.
But if that's the case, then where do you think the people that used to live here went off to? There must have been Danans and Renans, right?
That's a good question. Even if the Danans rebelled and managed to overthrow the Renans here, there should still be some people around.
This debris... Do you think it could be the work of Renan Astral Arts?
Perhaps, but the appearance of these ruins is rather uniform, which leads me to believe otherwise.
Hey, Rinwell. That story you told us about the Dark Wings, it said that the evil king was vanquished with a holy flame, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then there might be some truth to that old story after all. It looks like all the rubble here had been scarred by flames.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. If we can find someone around here, we might be able to get them to tell us what happened. Dohalim, you forgot to take care of the fire yesterday.
What do you mean, take care of? Ah, yes. You meant to put it out?
Yep. If it stays lit, we could end up in real trouble real fast.
I see. I apologize for not realizing that. I shall be more careful in the future.
The way he's talking, it's like the thought of putting it out himself never even occurred to him.
Moving on, Dohalim, I should mention that the clasp for your cape is about to come undone.
Oh yes, I tried to fix that myself, but it simply refused to cooperate with me.
I can't believe I'm hearing this. Are you telling me Renans can't even dress themselves?
Lords like Dohalim have attendants that take care of just about everything they need, so I'm not surprised he sometimes struggles with the basics.
Even by those standards, you've got to admit this is still a little extreme.
Shionna's got a point. I mean, you don't see Renans like her needing so much help to get stuff done.
In my case, circumstances forced me to learn how to be independent. Even so, I still think Dohalim could afford to pick up a few more self-sufficient skills.
Well, specifically speaking, what would you suggest that I learn?
For starters, I think it'd be good for you to learn how to dress. And put on shoes. How to comb your hair is equally important. And learning to manage your possessions better. And then from there...
She sounds like his mom rattling all that off.
Oh, and another thing. About your owl, Rinwell.
What is it?
When he starts to molt, would you be willing to give me his old feathers? I think I could find a use for them.
What do you intend to do with those?
Well, recently, I haven't been sleeping well. However, I hear pillows made from owl feathers are very comfortable and wish to make one.
This is why I hate you, Renans!
Did I say something offensive?
Next time, put your own needs aside for a second and think about how someone might react first. Then consider if it's worth asking at all.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
What are those out in the valley? Windmills? They're huge.
They're most likely used to harvest wind astral energy, so they have to be big.
All of you, stop right there! Don't move!
They have us surrounded.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
You first! Show yourself!
I'm the one asking the questions here. Don't try anything funny. One wrong move, and I guarantee we'll blow you away.
What are you...
My name is Alphen. I came here from Calaglia.
Alphen? The wielder of the blazing sword?
Getting pretty famous, isn't he?
Here is my proof. Will that suffice? Or do I have to burn down one of those houses to make my point?
No need. I believe you. I'm Beifong, of the Darkwings. Sorry for threatening to blow you away. We're still hunting down the remnants of the enemy forces, so everyone's more than a bit on edge right now. Please forgive me.
Remaining? Wait, you mean you already took down the Lord of this realm?
That's right. We took her weapons and turned them right back on her.
Are you the Dahnan leader here in Niez?
Nah, I'm just one of the commanders. Deadeye's the one who runs the show. I'd be happy to take you to him. Just one problem. The Renans. Seems the rumors you were running with them were true. You do understand, right? I mean, we only just liberated the city from their kind. Everyone's short on trust. And for good reason. Especially Deadeye. I think it'd be best if those two waited outside.
Not going to happen.
I don't think it's a good idea for us to split up. It's too dangerous.
Then it's on your head, friend. Our base is that way.
You could have left me behind, you know.
This isn't just about you, Dohalim.
Ah, yes.
I guess even after you beat the Renans, your work's only really just begun, huh?
Yeah. This place seems like it's got a lot of issues to fix. Not this way, I guess.
So you're Alphen, are ya? Thought you'd be bigger. Huh. Guess the armor beefs you up a bit. You've got a lot of people talking, you know. But in this town, I call the shots. You play by my rules here. Just remember that. Gotta say, I didn't expect you to run with a gang of women and kids. Those other lords must have been real pushovers, huh?
Seriously? Are you this rude to everyone you meet?
Don't interrupt me, you brat. Didn't your parents teach you any manners?
What, you? So you're the one who took down the Lord of this realm, huh? How'd you pull that off?
We just swiped the Renan's explosives. And then we blasted them all to hell and back.
Explosives? That's a pretty bold approach. But how'd you manage to avoid hurting your own people?
I didn't, that's how. But the chance to take out a Lord was worth the sacrifice.
And the Lord? What did this sacrifice earn you?
Unfortunately, we couldn't manage to finish her off. But now we've really got the girl on the run.
She ran? A Lord?
Yeah, the lady was just a coward. She had a whole lot more bark than bite, that's for sure. She's probably hiding off in a hole somewhere. But not for long. We'll find her and drag her right back into town. Then she'll get what's coming to her.
I wouldn't be so sure. She may run, but she'll never go quiet.
Shut up, Bright Eyes! I would have run you through already if you weren't with the blazing sword here.
The whole reason you're fighting is to free the Danans in this realm, is it not? If so,
Shut your
then...
mouth, witch! That's enough! If you're really fighting for us Danans, why keep these bastards around? Why haven't you killed them already?
I'm not going to kill these bastards.
Is that the case, huh? Then tell me the point of this show.
They're my friends.
Friends? Renans are Renans. The scum-sucking bastards who've been draining our souls for 300 years now! But you know that. Maybe it's 'cause you and that little lady are friends and more.
Son of a... You'll pay for that!
That's enough! Deadeye, you know that was completely uncalled for.
All of you, get the hell out of my realm! And don't ever come back! This is Danan's realm and it's ours, understand? I call the shots here. And I make the rules. I do, Deadeye, leader of the Dark Wings!
Yes! Deadeye!
Liberator Deadeye! You are the true leader of this realm!
We're not afraid of any Bright Eyes!
It's only a matter of time before I throw every last Bright Eye out of this realm!
The Dark Wings!
The Dark Wings rule!
Hey, wait up! Told you so, didn't I? You should have left your Renan pals outside.
You don't agree with him, do you? I could tell by the look on your face in there.
That's how things are with him. He loses his temper, then I step in and calm things down.
Better you than me.
If that's all, I think it's past time we were going.
Look, I just wanted to apologize for what Deadeye said in there.
At least somebody's got some manners around here.
He didn't used to be like that. But, well, that's what losing most of your loved ones will do to a man. He may never forgive the Renans.
It's a little ironic how indistinguishable his manner is to that of a lord.
Hey, Bayfon? Deadeye mentioned the Lord is still on the run. Any ideas where she might be?
We looked all over, but found no traces of her. We heard some rumblings about activity in Estaluva Forest, but that's it.
Estaluva, huh?
Wait, you're not going after her, are you? Certainly won't win you any favors with Deadeye.
This isn't Deadeye's war, and we're certainly not fighting it for him. Besides, it's like Shion said, her type isn't going to go quietly.
Hey, it's your funeral. Don't say I didn't warn you.
We'll be sure to keep you out of it. Before we set out, though, is there anywhere around here we can rest?
Sure. Building at the end of the road, opposite side. It's all yours. We use it as temporary lodging, to house people who don't have a new place to live quite yet.
We're not going to run into any trouble there, are we?
Rumors of a certain fiery sword have spread fast. I doubt anyone will be eager to give you guys problems. And here's where I say my farewell. You're on your own, but good hunting.
Before you go, how come you don't hate the Renans as well?
Oh, believe me, I've got my bone to pick with the Renans. Just not with two of them I've never so much as laid eyes on before.
Let's head on over to that lodge. We'll figure out what our next move is there. I wonder if something happened. What's wrong? All right.
What the?
Hey.
Yeah!
Good.
All right!
Hey, if we find anyone who needs help here...
I know.
Mm-hmm. Well...
I see. Oh.
Just great.
Excuse me! Good.
Some cryptic text, all right.
It could mean anything. Can't we just look around the area for clues or something?
Hey, maybe these are supposed to be different locations?
I get the feeling Deadeye's signed up to be a rebel, so he could have a rooster rule. Heck, he's no better than a lord. In some ways, he's even worse.
I know. How could he use explosives on his own people?
And yet, despite the toll of his actions, none of the Danans we've seen seem to question his assumed authority in the least. If anything, they may well consider him a hero, which would say a great deal toward how deeply they resented the Renans here.
Still, I don't think this is as simple as saying the good guys won out over the bad ones.
Yeah, I don't either. Deadeye might have managed to drive the Renans out of Niaz, but that doesn't make the way he did it okay. No matter which way you look at it.
A victory that's earned by throwing away the lives of his own people? No, that isn't a victory at all. I can understand that the Danans here are standing up against their oppression, but that doesn't mean they have to humiliate all Renans just to settle the score.
I'm perfectly able to stand up for myself, Alphen. Besides, I'm used to it by...
But you shouldn't have to be, Shion. It's just... What I mean to say is, when you've been a slave for so long, it's easy to accept that's how it should be because it's all you've ever known. Constantly being belittled is no different. I don't think that's fair. For me or for you.
I just don't know, man.
Don't know what?
Deadeye managed to drive out a real live Renan Lord. That's incredible. And he seems to have a lot of supporters surrounding him, too. But he's got an attitude worse than any angry Zoogle. Plus, Niaz is in utter ruins. I don't have a clue what his game is.
The Renans are powerful. And because of that, it takes a strong leader to have any hope of toppling them. However, when you take down one dictator only to replace them with another, ultimately it's just business as usual.
If it'd been Zephyr instead of Deadeye, I don't think things would have turned out like this.
Rinwell.
Yeah, I think so too. Zephyr did things differently top to bottom. He's not the kind of person who would have forced his own views or decisions on other people. When you do that, you're ruling over others, not leading them.
To be honest, I don't know what I would have wanted my dad to do if he was in that position.
Law.
The whole thing feels weird in a way. It's a weird kind of feeling, but at the same time, part of me also feels happy. Deadeye and my dad are two very different men. For now, I'm content knowing that.
The city is liberated, and yet the air still hums with fear and anxiety. It reminds me all too well of how Vicente once was.
Hums? You mean like music?
Yeah, none of this sounds like music to my ears. In fact, I've never seen any Danans with musical instruments in my life.
You don't need instruments to play music. It can emerge naturally from the sounds of people going about their day and the hustle and bustle of life.
You seem to care a lot about music, Dohalim. I didn't know that about you.
Have I not mentioned it? Before I was a candidate for the lordship, I had my heart set on the life of a musician.
You? A musician?
Indeed, music enriches the world around us. I trained day and night to hone my art. Words could not describe my bliss, as my notes carried with them the sights and sounds of nature, the ebb and flow of time, and the thoughts of people on the wind.
Dohalim.
Forgive me. My loquaciousness can get the best of me at times.
Don't apologize. It's interesting hearing what Renan culture is like.
Even though the Renans destroyed all of our arts and culture.
Personally, I was interested in the music of Dana as well. The fact that generations of lords deemed music to be of no use to their slaves and outright forbade the ownership of instruments is lamentable. Not that my words can undo the damage already done. I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
Sounds like our cue to
Oh, yeah? How's this? Great!
Yes. Hey. Ah?
Good.
Really? What? Yes!
All right. Right.
Really?
What?
Huh?
All right.
Yes!
Over there.
Huh? Yes!
All right.
Yes!
Huh.
All right.
By the by, Shion, if you don't mind my asking, would you be willing to share what sort of clothes are currently in fashion on Rena sometime?
Sure, as long as you call me Captain.
Sir, yes, sir, Captain Shion.
I was just joking. Kinda has a nice ring to it, though.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
That Deadeye creep certainly has a few screws loose, that's for sure.
Forget that guy. Right now, we need to discuss how we're going to proceed.
What's there to discuss? Deadeye and his crew have already brought down the Lord here. Just let them finish her off.
I want to go after her.
I second that. I think it's the best thing to do right now. We don't know if the Darkwings have what it takes to beat her. I'm worried what'll happen if we leave her to her own devices.
You make a good point, Rinwell. And maybe I'm just being overconfident, but between us and them, I think we have a better chance at defeating her.
I have to agree. This realm isn't going to be truly safe as long as that Lord is still running around out there. We need to act.
Fine by me. But isn't Deadeye just gonna take all the credit once we're done?
Our job is to break down the walls that oppress Dana. What he chooses to build in their place, that's his problem. For now, we'll head to this Estaluva forest Bayfon told us about. Whatever we decide to do, though, we should take some time to rest first. We've barely stopped since Menancia. Where are you going?
Alphen.
You should get some rest. What's got you up at this hour?
Just let me be for a minute, okay? Why don't you go back to the inn?
I will when you do.
Have it your way.
Shion. The Lord's days are numbered. I haven't forgotten our promise. You can trust me, you know. Maybe even lean on me a little. If you want.
And if I say I will you finally give it a rest?
Yeah, of course. Try to get some rest, okay?
What was all that about?
So we're just going to check things out, right? In whatever that forest is called.
Estaluva Forest. Next time, pay attention.
Got sand in my eyes!
The winds are strong here. Mind yourselves.
Ugh, even the inside of my mouth is all sandy.
Hootle, don't get blown away, okay?
Oh?
Yes! Very nice.
Is that so? You don't say. How? I see.
Hey! Sure.
Nice work.
Oh?
Very nice.
Well?
Yes. What?
What?
I don't believe this! All right.
No.
Sure.
Really now?
Yes!
What?
What?
Very nice. Yes.
Well, that was a huge miscalculation.
Yet you've drained your glass all the same.
The winds outside the capital are blowing as strongly as ever.
You can definitely see why people call this place the Valley of the Four Winds.
Indeed, Mahag Sar is the realm of wind, just as Ganeth Heros is for water.
Earth, water, fire, wind, light, and darkness. Rena is aligned to darkness, leaving each realm one element each.
Is that because some elements are easier to gather in certain areas than others?
That is certainly possible, but I suspect the biggest reason is to prevent the lords from squabbling over resources.
Funny. You would think infighting would come naturally to an elite class vying for a crown.
True, but the Renans rule as a minority. Fighting ourselves would just be destructive. Though, as you saw in Menancia, any abstention from fighting is merely a facade.
In the end, you all get usurped whether you like it or not.
That may be true, but something tells me that this time is different.
We have to catch up to the Lord first if we want answers. Let's keep moving.
What is that ring of rocks over there for? They don't look like they formed naturally to me.
Oh yeah. Funny, I guess I've gotten used to weird rock formations. They didn't even register as being out of the ordinary.
Most likely, they were brought over by us Renans when we first invaded the planet.
Wait, those? So does that mean there's some kind of machine then? And if so, what in the world were they even used for?
To manipulate the properties of Dana's astral energy.
Really?
Think about it. Isn't it strange that the type of energy each realm collects is so fixed? Astral energy by nature isn't meant to skew towards one element or another so heavily.
So the Renans reformed it for the crown contest.
Sounds like the crazy thing a Renan would do.
Renans these days are more advanced than Danans in some ways, but even they don't seem capable of doing something on that grand a scale. Or is that something that's possible on Lenegis? Or maybe the Renan homeworld?
I can't claim to know everything about my own kind, but I myself have never seen anything that would be capable of such a drastic feat.
But at some point they did just that. Those are the sort of people we're up against. We should do our best not to forget that.
You're so amazing, Kisara. You can cook, you can fix weapons. I feel like there's practically nothing you can't do.
Maybe you should take a page out of her book and learn to make yourself more useful then.
I'd be happy to teach you if you want, Rinwell. I learned most everything I know from my brother.
Really? Even how to sew and do laundry?
Yes, indeed. He knew how to do anything.
Sounds like he was a pretty handy guy when he was alive.
He was. I'd always follow him around and badger him with questions. I was a real pain in the neck. Now that I think about it, he and Legil were the ones who taught me how to raise cats, too.
Legil is that woman who was with him in the Gold Dust Cats, right? I remember now. The one with the really pretty hair.
Funny you mention that. He also taught me how to maintain my hair. Not that those lessons stopped it from getting all tangled up during training.
I think it still looks gorgeous.
From what I can tell, it would appear as though the only thing he didn't manage to teach you was how to apply makeup.
No, but that didn't stop him from trying. He really wanted to teach me everything. Only reason he couldn't was because I prioritized my training.
And here I was trying to make a joke.
I can't tell if she's being serious. The only one here who knows him well enough was her.
Yeah, I guess only Miguel could have told us if it's actually true.
Here goes!
Look sharp!
Annihilation!
Negative gate!
Mega Ray!
Give up!
Destruction! Crush!
There!
Demon Fang!
Can you take it?
These ones can run drinks around us!
Dragonstone Thrust!
Negative gate!
Going in!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Round and Co!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah!
And pummeling to me!
Hear me! Going in! Burning!
Rising Wyvern!
Look sharp!
Tempest!
Mega Ray!
Sharpling Blast!
Hear me!
Mega Void Thrust!
Burning!
Dragon
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
You're not!
Anything in armor is all mine!
Flaming Meteor!
No further!
Rising
Annihilation!
Can you take it?
Tiger Blade!
Genesis!
Take this!
Rising Wyvern!
I never miss!
Hurricane Thrust!
Begin! You're mine!
Make it rain! Here I go!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
That firepower of yours is really something.
I could say the same.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Make sure to catch any mice you see, okay?
Don't creatures like you usually grow horns?
You should be friends with Poodle.
Here, boy! Want to go for a walk?